Well, good afternoon and welcome to Plainsman Park and welcome into a Thursday of Region 9 baseball on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. I'm Ben Black, a pregame show brought to you by Equitable Savings and Loan. Borrow your money and do your banking with people you know and people who know you. Stop by one of their 10 locations across the plains or visit equitable-savings.com. The Northeastern Junior College Plainsmen welcome in the Lamar Lopes for a showdown today. The Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes sitting just a game apart in the Region 9 standings with 8 games remaining in the regular season. This is a huge weekend of baseball. Today here in Sterling for a doubleheader. Saturday tentatively down in Lamar. Of course, that's weather pending, with the weather looking a little bit April-ish across the eastern plains of Colorado. And speaking of April, today is indeed the perfect date. Happy Miss Congeniality Day. Not too cold, hot, not too cold. You don't really even need a light jacket today, so maybe it's just a little bit better than perfect as we come in. This is a tradition, although we haven't seen it for 9 years. NJC and Lamar used to play on Miss Congeniality Day all the time. In fact, they played in 2009, 2014, and 2015 on April 25th. And, the Plainsmen have had a lot of success, but there are a lot of close games. And I anticipate close games in this one as well. That's where we find our key to the contest, which is brought to you by Western Engineering Consultants. Since 2003, providing big firm products, small firm relationships. Visit westerneci.com. Plainsmen hit the ball a little bit better. Lamar just shy of 300 on the batting average, but both teams with a wealth of power, both teams with a lot of discipline at the plate, have seen a lot of walks and free passes this season. And really, you would expect that. These, again, much like this past weekend series where Andrew Cantrell, the coach for the Plainsmen, coaching now at his alma mater, and Drew Wald, who is coaching at Otero and graduated from Otero. Roberto Carrasco, the head coach for the Lamar Lopes, he actually played for Lamar as well under legendary Scott Crampton back in 2013 and 2014. So another athlete I covered that is now coaching at his alma mater, making Ben feel like an old man. But it is what it is as we come into this one. The point being that both of these guys do those things right. Our key to the contest this past weekend, especially day 2 in Otero, was be beige. Do the little things right. And I focused a lot on the hitting, getting the bunts down, coming through in clutch situations, of which NJC didn't do very well in Lamar. But I think the bigger focus today is pitching. For the Lamar Lopes, in this one, they're starting Delator as their pitcher. He is making his 8th appearance of the year, only has 14 innings of work. So it looks like a staff outing for them as they played Saturday and Sunday against Trinidad. So you're probably going to have guys that come on in situations where they're throwing 2 or 3 innings. You're hoping you can push a little bit extra. And NJC's turning to Cole Jones, making his 11th appearance of the year, 28 2/3 innings of work, 3 wins and 2 losses with an .816 earned run average, 35 strikeouts, 17 walks. Cole Jones's biggest problem, and the key to this contest for both these teams, but especially for NJC today, is making sure that you don't see that pitch count balloon. He threw 84 pitches and didn't get out of the 3rd inning in La Junta this past weekend. That's not something you can afford to do at this time of year in this caliber of game. We know Cole Jones is an exceptional arm. He has the velocity, he has the stuff, and he's put together some great outings, but the pitch count runs up on him, and he doesn't get those QS, those quality starts, because he's not getting the pitch count low. So for all of these teams, for Lamar, who appears to be using a staff outing philosophy today, with everybody on short rest, if you can get a guy that you want 2 innings out of to go pitch count low for the first 2 and get a 3rd out of him, then that's going to be great for NJC, knowing that, again, you aren't going to have the 2 arms that NJC's planning on throwing on Sunday or Saturday whenever they end up playing, and then a couple bullpen guys that you don't want to utilize today in the event of having to throw them in 48 hours. So you need guys to give you. You need Cole Jones to give you 5 in this 7-inning game. He absolutely has to get you into the 5th inning, so that you don't have to burn a big amount of that. That's the beige portion of the pitching that we're looking at here today. If it means getting fewer strikeouts, so be it. Trust your defense, which is pretty darn good, although NJC kicked the ball around a lot lately, but 940 on the fielding percentage. They were over 950, fielding 95 out of 100 balls cleanly in the going into that Otero series, so they did have a little bit of a rough time late in that, but this is a team that has all the tools to pitch to contact, to do the work, and give yourself a deep run. You need these two today, knowing you have to go to Lamar, where you're going to be playing in a hitter's park. You know, you're going to have to win those crazy 24-22 type ball games, because there was one of those last year down there. You're going to have to win that type of game down at Merchants Park. So today, with the wind in the bigger confines of your own home field, win those games, win those 3-2 type games, and get yourself into a position where you can ensure you're not battling in the final week of the season just to get into the postseason. You get both today, you split down in Lamar. NJC will be guaranteed into that field of 6. We'll take a break and be back with first pitch next. Northeastern Plainsman Baseball against the Lamar Lopes on a perfect date, April 25th, on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. And we welcome you back to Plainsman Park as we head toward first pitch. The Northeastern Plainsmen against the Lamar Lopes on this Thursday afternoon. Let's meet our starting lineups as the teams warm up. They're brought to you by Sidney Regional Medical Center in Sidney, Nebraska. Don't let an injury keep you out of the game. Learn more about all the services they offer. Sidney Regional Medical Center, online SidneyRMC.com. As mentioned, Cole Jones will be on the bump for the Plainsmen in their home whites with the black NJC across the front. He'll be caught by Josh Cote, Josh Moore at first, Joel Franco at second, and Luke Byler will be at third. James Nolan, the shortstop, Wynn Drews in left, Cade Owens in center, and Jackson Doty in right. The Plainsmen's designated hitter today will be Lane Snow. Jonathan Davis will lead things off for the Lamar Lopes. He'll be followed by Jeremiah Diarazo and Elijah Long, guaranteed up in inning number 1. Ethan Long will back cleanup. Isaiah Tafoya, Angel Morales, Orion Medina, Evan Muehlberger, and Diesel Goya will be the starting batting order for the Lamar Lopes. Luis De La Torre is the starting pitcher for the Lamar Lopes. Cole Jones for the Northeastern Plainsmen, the big right-hander, looking to bounce back after not getting out of the third inning in the 9-inning Day 1 affair down in La Junta this past weekend. And it's a pitcher's day today. Not just a perfect day for millennials, but with the wind blowing in off the left field fence at about 10 miles an hour, should be able to help keep the ball in the park as the Lamar Lopes will step in and we get underway just past the top of the hour. Jonathan Davis on the right side, and Cole Jones gets a mighty rip at the first pitch for strike number one. Davis for the Lamar Lopes this season is batting .307. He's only drawn 7 walks in the leadoff role this year and 101 at-bats. One pitch runs high, and the count will even out at 1 ball and 1 strike. Cole Jones, 1-1 fastball, can't find the block. 2-1. Nice bunch of kids from Sterling Early Learners have made the walk over to enjoy some baseball today as the 2-1 pitch tumbles into the upper edge of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Speaking of kids, NJC Baseball is hosting a kids camp on next Saturday, May 4th, as a part of the Pack the Park event. 2-2, fastball flared out to right field, bending foul, and we'll do it once again. Kids ages 5 through 15 can register for the kids camp that will teach them about baseball from the players here at NJC. It's at the park from noon to 3 next Saturday, May 4th. Register ahead of time at gonjc.com under the Camps and Special Events tab. 2 balls, 2 strikes, swing and a miss. Cole Jones goes breaking ball on the inside corner, and down on strikes goes Jonathan Davis, the designated hitter. That'll bring Jeremiah D'Arrazzo, the third baseman, to the plate, batting just .230 this season. His 27th game of the year. Arezzo better than 100 points better in his on-base percentage, though, than his batting average. Which says to me, for a guy that doesn't have a lot of walks, he's kind of been the victim of some defense letting him on, but that's the thing. I mean, get on. For both of these clubs, they like to steal bases. They like to move quite a bit. They like to wreak havoc. Getting on is the key with 1 away in the first. Fastball on the outside black after a breaking ball in the dirt, and the count leaving out at 1 ball and 1 strike. Cole Jones. Rock and fire a fastball that's bounced past the glove of Moore at first. So a 1-out knock for the Lamar Lopes, and puts a man on ahead of Elijah Long. Freshman from Farmington, New Mexico. Has a team-high 127 at-bats this year. Has played in 43 games, the most games this year for the team. 3 homers, 22 batted in, on a .331 batting average. D'Arrazzo has 6 stolen bases. Lamar, like NJC, on pace for good marks in stolen bases this year. As a fastball starts off Elijah Long for a strike on the outside corner. Both these teams already over the 100 stolen base mark on the season, and have a shot at 4 guys over 20 on the season in stolen bases. It's not just one guy buoying the big numbers. Fastball up the ladder, no balls, 2 strikes. With 1 away and a man on first in the top of the first. Cole Jones for the Plainsmen. Not really paying much mind to D'Arrazzo, even though he's dancing off at first. Fastball waved down on strikes goes Elijah Long for the 2nd out in the 1st inning. So Elijah Long's strikeout gives way to Ethan Long, who is a redshirt sophomore from Frisco, Texas. Can't even just go E-Long on the lineup. You have to actually write out the entire name. Ethan. Dig in on the right side. He grounds one to short. James Nolan goes the short way and tags the bag for the fielder's choice to end the frame. 1-out knock, man left on. Plainsman bats to the plate, scoreless, middle of 1. Region 9 Baseball's on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back to Plainsman Park we come. Bottom of inning number 1, made possible by Bank of Colorado, keeping banking simple. Apply for the loan you need for your dream home fully online. Bank of Colorado, member FDIC. After the Plainsmen were able to get through the top part of the first inning without giving up a run, they will come to the plate in the bottom of the first inning, led off by Joel Franco. Jackson Doty and Josh Cote, the other two guaranteed up in the first. Lane Snow will bat cleanup. Josh Moore, James Nolan, Wynn Drews, Luke Byler, and Cade Owens round out the batting 9 for the Plainsmen. Going against Luis De La Torre for the Lamar Lopes. De La Torre, as we talked about on the pregame show, making his 8th appearance of the year. He has an 0-2 record, 14 1/3 innings of work, 11 strikeouts, 7 walks for the redshirt freshman on the season. Looks to me largely like, because of the short rest on this week for the Lamar Lopes, they're looking for a staff outing. He threw last Friday against Trinidad, went 4, gave up 4, 5 hits, struck out 2, walked 1. The biggest problem is he gave up 2 home runs. He has given up multiple home runs in a game 3 times this season. De La Torre will be caught by Angel Morales. The Lopes in their road grays, and the running Lope script R on the front. Ethan Long at first, Isaiah Tafoya at second, and Jeremiah Diarazzo at third. Elijah Long, the shortstop, Ryan Medina, Evan Muehlberger, and Diesel Goya round out the batting 9 for the Lamar Lopes. Joel Franco into the leadoff spot. He's ahead in the count 2-0. Getting his crack at the top of the lineup, where NJC struggled this past weekend in Otero. In tight, he takes it 4-3. Has a gaudy .567 on-base percentage this season. He'll take the 3-0 all the way, and the count goes to 3-1. De La Torre, pitch delivered. Franco turns and rips it out to left field, so a 3-1 knock for the Northeastern Plainsmen. No look to wreak havoc on the base paths. As we talked about when Lamar got a man on, NJC has the opportunity for 4 guys to get to 20 stolen bases this season. Franco's already there at 20. Wynn Drews has 19. 16 for James Nolan, 15 for Cade Owens, all of whom are in the lineup. The Northeastern Plainsmen, I imagine, will be running pretty early to try and sway this game in this 7-inning affair on this Thursday. First pitch to Jackson Doty. He rips it back foul for strike number 1. Doty's kind of worked his way back toward the top part of that lineup. 33rd game this season, 303 on the batting average. He's hit virtually everywhere in this lineup this year. De La Torre in on the feet of Doty, 1 ball and 1 strike. Doty, though, in this situation, the man on and nobody out in the bottom of the first, and Josh Cote standing on deck. You've got to make sure you're protecting Cote. Pick throw over to first, and back in safely dives Franco. 1-1. De La Torre to the plate this time. Pitch up, throw down to second. Franco dives in and around the tag of Elijah Long. So he comes up with his 21st stolen base of the year. 2 balls and a strike on Jackson Doty now. The Plainsmen have a runner in scoring position. So you've got to find a way to be better than you were this last weekend. 4 for 24 with runners in scoring position this past weekend in La Junta. 2-1 pitch, knocked back foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and even more eye-popping than that 4 for 24 with runners in scoring position. They only had 2 runs batted in with runners in scoring position. They did not do the little things right. Doty's got to get something down here to try and move Franco up. He will turn it down the first baseline and rocket foul on the 2-2, and will do it again. You also have to do it consistently. A 5-4 9-inning loss in La Junta in Game 1 on Monday. They didn't get a hit after the third inning. 2-2. De La Torre. Long look at Franco, who's way off the bag at second. Pitch in the dirt, and the count will go full. Three and two, nobody out. Scoreless game, top of the first. Doty waits from De La Torre. He'll punch it over the head of De La Torre on the mound. The throw to first is not in time. Grounded that one into no man's land for an infield single. And the Northeastern Plainsmen have runners on the corners, as Tafoya charging that as the second baseman. Didn't have a throw on Franco, who'd moved on contact. And Josh Cote steps to the plate for the Northeastern Plainsmen. Cote, 18 home runs this year. That's a single-season record. He also has 32 for his career as a program record. Already owns the program record with 104 runs batted in. He has 53 this year, 13 shy of the single-season mark. De La Torre, first pitch to him is low and away for ball number one. Much like we've seen the last several seasons for NJC softball, who have had power hitters in the middle of their lineup that smash all sorts of records for home runs. Cote's not seeing much to hit lately. 1-0 pitch. He gets underneath one and lifts it out to center field. Should be deep enough to get the runner home. Muehlberger camps, catches. Tagging is Franco. He'll trot in and slide to the plate. It's a sac fly RBI, and the Northeastern Plainsmen get themselves their first run across on a sacrifice fly from Josh Cote. First run of the game brought to you by Sterling Health Foods, the first place you need to go when it comes to fighting the allergies. They have natural and effective supplements. Sterling Health Foods with a rewards plan to make it affordable. South of Sterling on Highway 6. Plainsmen lead 1-0. Lane Snow comes to the plate. Not a bad guy to have hitting behind Josh Cote. He has 7 home runs, 32 runs batted in this year. First pitch to Snow, ripped dead back for strike number one. This Plainsman lineup has already been very potent this year, and when you factor in the injuries they've had this season as Snow lifts another one back, it's the woulda, coulda, shoulda factor on this Plainsman roster. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 away, man on first, 1-0 NJC, bottom of the first. De La Torre pitch, Snow swings, misses, back pick down to first, and Doty steps back in safely. So Snow down on strikes. 2 away, and Josh Moore will get a crack. He has put together a nice little stretch here. 370 is the total batting average on the year for the left-handed hitting first baseman. Hasn't always hit against left-handers this year, but he has strung together a nice little stretch here for the Plainsman as he grounds one over to first. It's mishandled for a tick, but picked up and tagged on the bag, and that is that. Plainsmen scratch a run across, though, on a sac fly. And through one, they lead 1-0 over Lamar. Second inning next, back at Plainsman Park on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Northeastern Plainsmen lead 1-0 back at Plainsman Park for inning number 2, made possible on the Eastern Plains Sports Network by Ice Lanes. Have fun with your family and friends at Ice Lanes. An affordable time with bowling, food, and fun awaits. Reserve your lane ahead of time, 970-522-3331. Isaiah Tafoya, Angel Morales, and Orion Medina, 5, 6, and 7, due up for Lamar in the second. Cole Jones, 13 pitches through inning number 1. Living in that effective area right now, gave up the hit, struck out a pair, but wasn't hunting strikeouts. The Plainsmen, like Lamar, both playing on short rest, having 2 days off for the Plainsmen, as the first pitch is a strike to Tafoya across. 3 for Lamar. Critical juncture in the season. 0-1. Jones pitch delivered. Foul tip into the glove of Cote for Tafoya, and the count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. Tafoya digs in. Cote setting up on the outside corner, gets the called strike 3. Down looking goes Tafoya for out number 1 in the top of inning number 2. That'll bring catcher Angel Morales to the plate. Oh, he's not a pitcher, that's why he's not on that tab. Morales, 247 on the batting average this year, has 4 home runs for the Lamar Lopes. First pitch hops to the plate for ball number 1 to him. Jones working pretty efficiently right now. Foul ball off the foot of Morales, rolls all the way back to the mound. Umpire will delay for a bit as Morales evens the count out at 1-1. He didn't have just a few bees in that foot. He's got his whole foot jammed in a hornet's nest right now. That hurts a little bit, or a lot bit. 1-1. Jones, off-speed pitch, just up, 2-1. Cole being a lot more aggressive today, working in the zone. 2-1. He goes back to that same off-speed pitch and finds the spot that he couldn't on pitch 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good call there by Cote, knowing he was close to call the same pitch. Now has a couple options here. 2-2, fastball up, runs the count full. 1 away, top of inning number 2, 1-0 NJC on a sac fly from Josh Cote. And 2, swing and a miss, blew it past him and got the 4th strikeout of the game, and out number 2 in the top of inning number 2. That'll bring Orion Medina to the plate for the Lamar Lopes. Lopes took 3 of 4 off Trinidad this past weekend. That was a big series for them because those two were tied for the final playoff spot. So now, holding a 2-game lead and the tiebreak, it's as good as a 3-game lead for the final spot. First pitch bounded back up the middle by Medina, so a 2-out knock will afford Evan Muehlberger the chance to hit for the Lamar Lopes. Muehlberger, like Elijah Long, he's been in virtually every game this year. 43rd game of the season, 120 at-bats, 292 on the batting average. His problem, and the reason he's hitting 9-hole, is that in 120 at-bats, he has 59 strikeouts. Runner moving, pitch across for a strike. Throw by Cote to second. Got him! 2-out knock, caught stealing. Stays 1-0 NJC. Bottom of inning number 2 next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back at Plainsman Park, bottom of inning number 2, NJC holds a 1-0 lead over the Lamar Lopes. Bottom of the second, made possible by Van Wyck Insurance. Insurance from over 60 lines. I hope you find the right one to fit your budget. Van Wyck Insurance, 508 West Main Street in Sterling. James Nolan, Wynn Drews, Luke Byler due up for NJC in inning number 2. James Nolan, there's been some shuffling in this lineup. The consistence, though, have been that Nolan, Cote, and Snow are all in the middle of this order in some form. Largely it's been Cote followed by Snow. And I don't think you can really blame Coach Catchell as James Nolan fouls off the first one for strike number 1. He's appeared in the most games for NJC this year. This is his 43rd start of the season. 328 batting average, 7 homers, 42 batted in. A little problematic with 49 strikeouts and 134 plate appearances. Luis De La Torre on for his second inning of work. 18 pitches in inning number 1. Breaking ball stays up. 2 balls and a strike. Nolan part of that bunch. They can get on and wreak havoc by stealing bases. Check, swing. Yeah, he went around. 2-2. De La Torre, 2-2 pitch. Nolan drives the ball out to left. It gets down in front of Orion Medina, so Nolan is aboard on a single. Plainsman's third hit of the ball game, and Wynn Drews will step to the plate. Drews has kind of settled his way in on the back end of this order after being a pretty consistent top half or at worst 9-hole hitter for NJC. Been mired a little bit in a funk at the plate. Batting average down to 347. But Nolan, who has 16 steals, Drews, who has 19. This is a pretty potent part of the NJC lineup to play a little small ball. Luke Byler and then Cade Owens behind. You have 3 of the 4 guys, 6, 7, and 9, that are on pace to have 20 stolen bases this season for NJC each. Nolan moving, pitch delivered. Drews swings, throw to second, and sliding around the tag of Elijah Long is Nolan. So he swings at the hit and run, and Nolan's speed is able to produce a stolen base nonetheless. Trying to get Nolan first to third on a ground ball from Drews. Based on that swing, 1-1. De La Torre. Fastball delivered. Drews lifts it out to right field, center field. It gets down between the 2 outfielders. Throw in. Drews turns it into a double as Nolan had to lock on the fly ball to make sure it wasn't caught. And when Drews used his speed to turn a lazy fly ball into a double. So the Northeastern Plainsmen will have runners on second and third and a chance for Luke Byler at the plate. Byler, who's settled into the third base role for NJC, simply because the other option right now is Keldon Hastings, who is more needed as an arm than a fielder, and Byler takes the first up. Numbers aren't super attractive. 221 on the batting average, 16 runs batted in, 34 strikeouts, and 77 at-bats as Byler offers at the second pitch. Here's the thing, though. 221, 423 in the on-base percentage. Luke Byler, more so than anybody else, has been a guy that has reached in a wide range of ways, hit by a pitch 11 times. That's a team high as he swings and misses on the 1-1. He's reached on errors several times as well. 1-2, nobody out, runners on second and third. Infield in on the grass to prevent the run from scoring on a ground ball. Don't get it. First is open on a swing and miss from Byler, so they'll throw down and get the put out 2-3. Runners are not able to advance from second and third. So Byler strikes out, and Cade Owens will come to the plate for the Northeastern Plainsmen. He'd already be over 20 stolen bases if he hadn't been hurt for a good portion of this season. .364 on base percentage, 15 stolen bases. This is his 22nd game of the year. He lifts one out to center field. Owens with the fly ball that's pulled in. Should be deep enough to get the runner home. Throws up the line at first. Not in time. Nolan home. Drews to third. Sac fly RBI. 2-0 Northeastern. Second time that NJC scored a run on a sac fly. 7th run batted in of the year for Cade Owens. And back to the top of the order in Joel Franco. Drews at third. That move from second to third is huge because a hit easily scores. Pass ball scores a run. A lot of different ways you can get that runner home now as Franco lifts off foul the first one for strike number 1. Delator is keeping that pitch count down. 0-1, fastball off the black, 1 ball, 1 strike. Gave him 4 innings against Trinidad this past weekend. So, able to give you a little bit of something, even on short rest. Breaking ball tumbles across, and the 1-1 turns into 1 ball and 2 strikes. Delator. 1-2. Franco. Flare job out to right field. It dies in front of the diving glove of De Sogoya. And the Northeastern Plainsmen get another across on a on a fly ball that gets down on a shallow fly in right field and turns into a little blip double. The Northeastern Plainsmen now hold a 3-0 lead with 2 away in the bottom of inning number 2. First National Bank in Fleming wants you to be certain in your management team. First National Bank in Fleming, Logan County's home bank, member FDIC. Jackson Doty on the left side will step up. He singled in the first inning. He's looking to extend things with Franco out on the base paths and takes the first pitch for a strike on the outer corner. One, Delator in tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of lateral work for Delator. Working inside, outside versus the work for Cole Jones for NJC, which is north and south. 1-1. Pitch. Little blip shot over to short, but takes a high hop and long to long ends the inning. Plainsmen get 2 across, though. Sac fly RBI and an RBI double. 3-0 as we head to the third. They lead Lamar on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back at Plainsman Park we come. Inning number 3 with Northeastern leading the Lamar Lopes by a 3-0 tally. Third inning is brought to you by Northeastern. Whether you're looking for your associate's degree, whether you're looking for a specialized certificate, getting started, or even completing your 4-year degree, Northeastern has the options for you. Visit njc.edu for more information. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 2 left on through 2 for the Plainsmen. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on for the Lamar Lopes. As we head to the 3rd inning, it'll be Evan Milberger that is leading things off, as he was at the plate on the caught stealing last inning. So Milberger, Goya, and Jonathan Davis against Cole Jones. The first pitch from Cole Jones rips away for ball number 1. One-0 up the ladder, waved at. The count evens out at a ball and a strike. A 1-1 all the way to the backstop for ball 2. It's a lot of that north and south movement that we'd mentioned. Working down early for Cole Jones here in the 3rd. 2-1, chin high, 3 balls and a strike. Can't really afford to tinker around right now if you're Cole Jones. You're working efficiently. 3-1, he'll pour it right down the heart of the plate and take the count 2 full. Jones's 30th pitch of the game. 3-2, swing and a miss. Comes up with a strikeout after getting behind 3-1 for out number 1 in the 3rd. His 5th strikeout of the game, and Diesel Goya will step up for the Lamar Lopes. Lopes outfielder, been a regular part of their lineup, hitting just shy of 300 this year. Part of that stolen base barrage. 16 stolen bases in 37 games played. Goya watches the first pitch high for ball number 1. Elijah Long, Evan Muehlberger, Diesel Goya all have played better than 90% of Lamar's games this year. Jones pounds the zone to get himself back right. And off speed on this 1-1. He will here up the ladder for ball 2. Two and 1. Fastball blistered off foul over the Lope dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The previous 2 times that Cole Jones had missed with that 1-1 changeup, he'd gone right back to it. Nice mix up there to go fastball and get the foul off. 2-2. Rips one away and runs the count 2 full. Second consecutive full count. 3rd of the game. 3-2. Jones, fastball, swing and a miss. He gets the 2nd out of the inning. Cole Jones has gone full 3 times in this game now and come up with the strikeout swinging all 3 times. Trusting his out pitch. Back to the top of the order, Jonathan Davis. 2 away in the top of the 3rd. Jones, first pitch to him, starts him off speed on the inside corner. Breaking ball finds the zone for strike 1. Worked that 2nd time through. He'd been largely fastball to start guys off. Now go breaking ball and hucks a fastball into the left-handed batter's box. 1 ball and 1 strike. See what other mix-ups you have as you see guys for a 2nd time. Cote delves down the signs. Cole Jones, the 1-1 fastball off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Little nubber over to third. Byler picks it up. He'll gun it across the diamond in time. 2 strikeouts and a ground out in the inning. Side down in order. Plainsmen lead 3-0. Middle of inning number 3 on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back for the bottom of inning number 3 at Plainsman Park, 3-0 Northeastern. Josh Cote, Lane Snow, Josh Moore, 3, 4, and 5 due up in this third. Made possible by Farm Bureau Insurance. Melinda Hutt has all your live, home, auto, farm, and ranch insurance needs at 431 West Main Street in Sterling, 970-526-0202. Josh Cote, a sac fly, his first time at the plate. Who's within 12 runs batted in of the single season record here at Northeastern, just stamping his name atop many of the categories as one of the best to ever don the black and gold. Delator, first pitch to Cote is off the plate for ball number 1. Cote rips it foul over the Lamar dugout, first base side, and evens the count out at a ball and a strike. Delator, a righty, pretty efficient thus far. Fires a fastball away. 2 balls, 1 strike. He used 38 pitches through 2. Says 2-1 is low for ball 3. And keep up that pace, he could give him 5, which is what we talked about in our key to the contest. 3-1 pitch, Cote rips it foul, third base side. Runs the count 2 full. Jackson Doty saw a full count, reached on a single in the first inning. It's the only full count NJC has seen this afternoon. 3-2 Delator hops it to the plate, ball 4. Cote with the walk. Find his way on ahead of Lane Snow. Snow, the lone strikeout in the game for Delator. Cote, the lone walk in the game for Delator, stands on first. First pitch on the outside corner for strike number 1. Seven and 9 inning doubleheader on this Thursday ahead of the weather that's supposed to move into the area this weekend. They moved it up. 0-1 pitch, check swing. I think he broke the plane of the plate, but the field umpire says no, he didn't. 1 ball and 1 strike. Originally, it was supposed to be in Lamar Friday, here on Sunday. Shuffled things around so that Thursday here, which was the perfect date. Breaking ball into the upper edge of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And you have the weekend to find a tolerable date at Merchants Park. 1-2, breaking ball sails away, and Snow sits off it 2-2. We won't be making the road trip this weekend. We'll be at least at the home games against WNCC next week, as the 2-2 pitch is ripped by Snow foul down the left field side. Count remains 2-2 with nobody out in the bottom of the third, and NJC leading 3-0. De La Torre 2-2, way away. Nice pick by Morales. Count runs full for a second consecutive batter. Three and two, De La Torre in the dirt, ball four. So 2 full count walks to kick off the inning. Give Josh Moore a crack at the plate. He grounded out to first his first time up, and we'll have a visit to the mound for Lamar. Moore grounded out on the first pitch, so didn't really have a chance to dive too much into it. He had the one game that he had a pinch hit and didn't come up with a hit, but in the games that Josh Moore has started for NJC, he has a 7-game hitting streak. Obviously doesn't because of that pinch hit opportunity that didn't produce a hit down in La Junta this past weekend. But when he is that hot corner guy, which for the most part he should be, they're not hot corner. He's the first baseman. Hot corner is where the Plainsmen are struggling right now due to injury. When he's on the starting lineup, he's coming up with at least a hit, and I believe of these 7 games, he has 4 of them with 2 or more hits. He drops a bunt back foul for strike 1. Everybody in this NJC lineup, when you go through BP, the last thing you do is drop a bunt. Because of a situation like this, wind in, NJC scored 2 of their 3 runs on sac flies today. Nobody out, runners on first and second. You even need Moore, as hot as he's been at the plate, to drop a bunt. Corners are now in after the first bunt opportunity. Moore will take the second pitch high, and the count evens out at a ball and a strike. Wind's supposed to continue to increase as this game works along. Coming in off that left field fence to begin the game. It's now out of the south and near 15 miles an hour. 1-1, hops to the plate for ball 2. So turn more toward the center field side now with that wind, making the little things in the hitting department even that more imperative. De La Torre 1-1. Home run swing, strike 2 contact from Josh Moore. One ball, 2 strikes. Bunt out of the equation now. De La Torre, pitch delivered, swung at by Moore. He's down on strikes for the first out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Disappointing at bat for Josh Moore, and James Nolan will now take to the plate. He has been prone to the strikeout recently, but he's kind of that feast or famine. He got the single his first time up last inning, came across and scored one of the 2 runs. First pitch hopped to the plate for ball number 1. Corners still expecting bunts. D'Orazio, even with the grass in on the grass, is long over at first. De La Torre, pitch delivered. Ball popped up out to deep center field. Muehlberger long run over. He'll make the catch. Cote tags, tests the arm, and sees that Muehlberger makes a nice throw in. And unable to advance the runners is Nolan. And It's all on the bat of Wynn Drews if NJC is going to capitalize on the back-to-back walks in the third inning. Wynn doubled and came around and scored a run last inning. Delatorre. First pitch, Drews will pop it up out to right field. Long run for Goya, and he finds it down near the corner. Plainsmen draw 2 walks to kick off the inning and leave them both on. They do hold a 3-0 lead, though. We head to the 4th next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back to Plainsman Park, inning number 4, 3-0 Northeastern on top of Lamar. Fourth brought to you by Premier Farm Credit for over 100 years, providing reliable and consistent credit to our area agricultural community. Visit premieraca.com. 3-0 NJC lead. Lamar will have Jeremiah Diarrazzo, Elijah, and Ethan Long at the plate in this fourth frame. Cole Jones's third inning of work. Mentioned it at the outset, but in case you're just tuning in, of course, today is Miss Congeniality Day, April 25th, and this is actually the 4th time in program history that NJC and Lamar have played on April 25th. Last time they played in 2015 in Lamar. They actually played back-to-back years. Last time they played here at NJC, both games went 8 innings. NJC won 3-2 and 2-1 back in 2014. That was Coach Carrasco for Lamar's sophomore year. As Cole Jones starts off Diarrazzo for strike number 1. NJC walked off both games on a very similar day to today weather-wise. Breaking ball for Cole Jones is up as the count evens out at 1-1. Wind in. Low to mid 70s. Not going to see a ton of power. Of course, we were playing with wood back then. Jones, breaking ball, blistered to the backstop by Diarrazzo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Both these programs were also coached by the winningest coaches in their respective histories back then as well. Jones. 1-2 pitch, ground ball over to short, couple hopper. Diarrazzo, good speed up the line, but an even better throw for James Nolan to pick up the 6-3 putout. And out number 1. It's actually been in the April 25th history between these two teams. In 2015, NJC won in 8 in the first game. Lamar won 4-0, scoring 4 in the bottom of the 6th. Had a perfect game going to the 6th, did NJC. That would have been, is that Chase Dunker, maybe? That was his freshman year in that 4-0 contest, or he may have pitched in the 8-inning game. So the first pitch to Elijah Long runs up the ladder for ball number 1. NJC also walked off Lamar on April 25th in 2009 as a part of the final weekend of the regular season. Long watches the second pitch from Cole Jones by away, 2 balls, no strikes. NJC had 9 games to play in the last week of the regular season back in 2009. They had to go 8-1 just to get into the playoffs. Fastball waved at by Elijah Long from Cole Jones, 2-1. That April 25th was the Saturday, and NJC had unloaded 7 consecutive wins, walking off the first one, and their 8th walking off the second, or winning the second 7-2, is the 2-1s up high, 3-1. Split on Sunday, and of course 2009, that's the year they made the magical run and won the program's first ever Region 9 title. Cole Jones. 3-1 pitch, knocked to the backstop, foul by Elijah Long. Count will go full. To make Ben feel old, the guys that are now playing on the field weren't even in preschool when the games happened that I just talked about. 3-2 pitch, Jones off the plate, ball 4. Issues his first walk of the game with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. I had a lot more hair back in 2009 as well. So Elijah Long, Ethan Long, no relation, now steps to the plate with Elijah Long at first, dancing off behind Cole Jones. First pitch to Long below the knees for ball number 1. Want to know. Jones make the throw over to first. Elijah Long, dancing off the bag, finally raised his hand and said, "Hey, pay attention to me." My kids aren't that kind. They'll just throw something at you. 1-0. Jones, breaking ball up the ladder for ball 2. Nothing NJC lead. Long swings and misses on the 2-0, and the count goes to 2-1. Ethan, we'll see Cole Jones pick off toward Elijah Long at first. Love to get a ground ball and a potential double play. 2-1, Cole Jones, pitch, ground ball, not a double play. It's a single out into left field. Good charge by Wynn Drews. Throw to third is in time. Elijah Long looking to go first to third, and Wynn Drews makes a spectacular throw in right to Luke Byler to get the tag. So it's a single for Ethan Long. And then the runner cut down at third on the aggressive play. 7-5 on the putout, 2 away. Runner at first, so as good as a fielder's choice or a ground ball out. Isaiah Tofoya will come to the plate, and Cole Jones will pick over to Ethan Long. Jones come to the plate, bunt shown, pitch runs high for ball 1. Cole still pretty efficient right now, though he's struggling a shade with command in this inning as the sweeper's away for ball 2. 33 strikes, 23 balls. He'd been about at a 3-to-1 ratio for much of this game. Now in the 4th. 2-0. Woo! Up off the shoulder of Tafoya. So a hit batsman will afford Angel Morales a chance to step to the plate. Runner into scoring position for Lamar. With 2 outs in the top of the 4th. This will be the first plate appearance with a runner in scoring position that Cole Jones is facing today, and Coach Catchell comes out to have a conversation with Cole and catcher Josh Cote. Given that the elusive command has snuck into the repertoire of Cole Jones yet again. Pete's Farmers Co-op has a farmer-owned co-op in Pete since 1915. They've been the one-stop shop for your agricultural services. 970-334-2204. So 2 away. Runners on first and second. First adversity that Cole Jones is tangled with this afternoon. Has a 3-run advantage, so would like to keep it there. Jones' first pitch ripped way foul by Angel Morales for strike number 1. Don't throw that pitch again. He won't miss twice. Cole, 0-1. Off speed away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Did a good job through the first 3 innings of keeping the timing off balance for all Lamar hitters. They're squaring him up in this inning. 1-1. Breaking ball, nicely waved at. Jones hadn't gone breaking ball on that 1-1. He'd gone off speed, largely change-up, and Morales flummoxed by the offering, and now Jones working from ahead in search of that 3rd out. 1-2. Pitch, nubbed off foul, third base side. We'll do it again. One and 2. Jones pitch, lofted foul over the Lamar dugout, and we'll do it again. One, 2. Jones. Breaking ball, popped up, foul again. We'll do it again. Lamar, like Otero this past weekend, one of those pesky hitting teams that's going to extend ABs with 2-strike foul balls. 3 in this at-bat, 4 total in this game for Lamar. Wasting pitches. Otero had better than 60 over the 4-game set this past weekend. 1-2. Jones. Fastball off the shoulder of Morales and loads the bases up. This is Cole Jones's mess to clean up. So he'll tangle with Orion Medina. Top of the 4th inning. Like he was going to be able to work his way through. Ground out. Walk. Got a single and a cut down at 3rd, but he's hit back-to-back batters to load the bases up. Angel Morales is being tended to by the first base coach as he wore that one pretty high on the shoulder. That caught quite a bit of bone as the cheering section is going to have to head back to early learners. Always love when we have midweek games and they can make it out here. I mean, at least one of them is very invested in this team. So Ryan Medina waves at the first one. I see her name across the back of her shirt, so. Jones ahead on Ryan Medina, who has one of the hits. Fastball off the plate, and the count will even out at a ball and a strike. Cole, 1-1. Fastball below the knees for ball 2 to Ryan Medina. There's nobody down in the pen, so Cole Jones is going to have to do this himself. And again, given the shortness of the pitching availability due to just 2 days off between games and knowing you've got another set this weekend, wouldn't expect anything less. 2-1 high and tight, 3-1. And JC looking to maintain their 3-0 lead, but Cole Jones has to find the zone. 3-1 pitch. They'll rock and fire and rip it through and run the count 2 full. Jones a strike away from getting out of the inning. 3 strikeouts, 1 walk when getting the count to full today. 3-2. Pitch grounded to third. It's picked up and it was foul. It hit Medina in the box. So it is a foul ball. The ground ball went to Byler at third. He dove in an attempt to tag Tafoya. I don't think he tagged him. The home plate umpire had signaled foul while the rest of us had followed the ball down the line. 3 balls, 2 strikes once again. 2 away, bases loaded, top of the 4th. Cole Jones. He'll hop it to the plate, ball 4, and issues an RBI walk to make this now a 3-1 ball game. Second walk of the inning, 4th free pass of the inning, as he's hit 2 batters as well. Cole Jones will get a visit from his catcher, Josh Cote. We'll end up with arms down in the pen. Noah Soper, as anticipated, the first available as he threw, I think it was 62 on Monday. And for the most part, Noah Soper has largely been a bullpen arm here at NJC, was flexed into the starting position off a great start this year. Hung the hard luck loss in extras on Monday in La Junta. The visit allows him time to get started tossing. Cole Jones still going to have to work his way out of this inning as he'll now tangle with Evan Muehlberger. And the first pitch, strike across the outside corner. It's Jones from working ahead. Oh, 0-1. Pitch delivered, bunt popped up right back to the mound. Cole Jones pulls it in, and that's that. 4 free passes allows 1 run to cross. NJC leads 3-1, middle of 4 on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Northeastern Plainsman hold a 3-1 lead as we welcome you back to Plainsman Park. Bottom of inning number 4. Rudy's Tires has locations all across the area, so there's always one close by. And if you can't get to them, they can get to you. Stop by rudy'stires.com for more information. Northeastern Plainsman 3 runs, 5 hits through the first 3. We'll have Luke Byler, Cade Owens, and Joel Franco due up. Lamar left them loaded after 4 free passes in the top of inning number 4. So you've got to find a way, if you're NJC, to help give Cole Jones a little bit of support. There is an arm working in the Lamar pen. Black numbers on gray jerseys. Can't tell you who it is. Plainsmen do have Noah Soper throwing, but Cole Jones at 73 ostensibly could throw another inning. And I would imagine, given the turtle stuck in molasses pace that Noah Soper's warming up at down there, that there's no intention of pulling Cole Jones yet, but want to have Soper available as possible. Byler fouls up the first pitch and out of play for strike 1. He struck out his first time up, 1-2 for Luis De La Torre. 58 pitches through the first 3 for him. He'll hop the second to the plate to even the count out at a ball and a strike. De La Torre looking for his second consecutive start where he's gone 4. Fastball up the ladder. Byler waves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two pitch. Byler blips it to the backstop, and we'll do it again. Talked about Lamar and them being able to extend at bats. NJC had 4 different at bats where they've extended. Hop to the plate. This be just the second one, though, that after the foul off, the next pitch didn't either result in an on base or an out. 2-2 pitch, cross, down looking goes Byler for out number 1 in the bottom of inning number 4. So Byler's retired. That'll bring Cade Owens to the plate. Cade drove in a run on a sac fly in inning number 2. 2 of NJC's 3 runs are on sac flies. Lamar, an RBI walk in this game, so small ball to say the least. Owens watches the first hop to the plate. 1-0. Luis De La Torre, fastball, works it across the outer edge. Owens watches it by to even the count out at a ball and a strike. One up the ladder, 4-2. Bunt offering for Owens. He broke the plane of the plate, so 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. De La Torre, fastball popped up by Owens. Foul territory, first base side. It will get out of play. We'll do it again. Wind, as noted, started coming in off the left field fence, was moving off of center field at about 15 miles an hour. It's now backed off and turned back out of the east, which is off that left field fence. 2-2. Pitch popped up by Owens, foul. So, able to waste a couple and force a few more to be thrown from De La Torre, who's at 70 pitches now. Can't imagine that he's got Much more than about 10 pitches left in his arm at the pace that the pen is working at. 2-2 pitch. Just fisted off, foul by Owens. Two and two. Pitch waved out by Owens. He's down on strikes. Second consecutive strikeout in this fourth inning. And back to the top of the order a third time through to Joel Franco. Franco has collected a single and a double this afternoon. Scored one, driven in one. First pitch from De La Torre is off the plate for ball number one. Second one ripped off foul by Joel Franco to even the count out at a ball and a strike. Be interested to see, I would imagine, given the way that Franco has started, that he'll also get the leadoff spot in game two. This have solved that issue that NJC's been having. The top of the order, 1-1 dusting high for ball two. The middle's been pretty set. That 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9 that has left a load to be desired. 2-1 fouled off, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, bottom of the fourth. Shake and then a take for De La Torre. 2-2 pitch, knife to the backstop, foul by Franco. Two and two once again. Breaking ball, called strike three on the outside corner, and the side is struck out in order. We head to the fifth. NJC still has the lead. It's now 3-1 on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Three-one NJC lead back at Plainsman Park for inning number 5, game 1 of this Thursday doubleheader. Not too hot and not too cold, and definitely don't even need your light jacket at 75 degrees. Gordon Insurance wants you to be prepared for everything, the hot, the cold, and even the heavy jackets. Car insurance, life insurance, farm insurance, crop insurance. Gordon Insurance, 970-526-6139. 9-hole hitter Diesel Goya due up in the 5th inning. Followed by top of the order, Jonathan Davis and Jeremiah Diarezzo. Still out on the bump, Cole Jones, who issued 4 free passes, 2 walks, 2 hit batsmen, and allowed the first run of the game last inning. See if he can come up with an invigorated 5th. Bunt dropped down to the mound. Jones picks it up and throws a strike past the bag at first. Goya is going to truck all the way to third on the throwing error. And the leadoff man is now 90 feet away for the Lamar Lopes. of getting within one. And it's tough now for NJC to try and give themselves a little bit of energy here, because this is starting to look exactly like the Monday game one in La Junta. Same thing, different day, different opponent, and Davis is hit by a pitch from Cole Jones, putting runners on the corners with nobody out in the top of inning number 5. Josh Cote heading to the mound, as is Coach Andrew Catchell. I don't know that Cole Jones is going to be afforded a chance to see any further in this game. He's not. He's exiting top of the 5th. NJC leads 3-1. Noah Soper on for a 9-out save. Northeastern Plainsman Baseball is back next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Noah Soper on in relief for the Northeastern Plainsmen after Cole Jones commits a throwing error and then hits a batter to kick off the 5th inning. Plainsmen lead 3-1, and Soper an opportunity for a 9-out save for the Plainsmen, making his 12th appearance of the year. Has a 1-4 record. All of his losses have come in relief efforts this year. 1-4 with 29 innings of work, 36 strikeouts, 17 walks. Was hung the loss on Monday in Game 1 against Otero after coming on to relieve and seeing the team send it to extras. He went 4 1/3, gave up 4 hits, only struck out 1, walked 4, and the run he allowed was unearned, but all that mattered was the walk-off walk. Soper hadn't pitched for nearly 2 weeks when the Plainsmen got him back out there last weekend. And given that he threw 64, he was one that knew right away he was going to have to be available today. He'll tangle with Jeremiah Diarraza, runners on the corners, and a bunt foul first base side, and down for strike number 1 by Diarraza. Single out to right and a ground out to short to his credit this afternoon. Soper, who's already committed to St. Bonaventure next year, is going to be used in this role at the Division I level a lot. 0-1. Square bunt again. Pick throw to first as Jonathan Davis was moving. Lamar could attempt to pull off a double steal. I believe Coach Carrasco was a pretty nice base stealer in his playing day, if my memory serves. Pick throw over to first as Joel Franco's moving in toward the infield grass, anticipating a ball on the ground. Oh and 1. Breaking ball high and tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Top 5 Soper, breaking ball, lifted back, foul. Count will go to 1-2. One and two, pitch up the ladder, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This game shaping up like the game in La Junta on Monday. NJC has not come up with a hit in 9 consecutive batters. Went 12 straight. Soper hits Diarrazzo on the shoulder on the 2-2 and loads the bases up with nobody out. So Elijah Long comes to the plate for Lamar Lopes. He's 0 for 1 in this game. Has drawn a walk. That strikeout gets him back to even. Now he'll face Ethan Long, no relation to Elijah. The redshirt sophomore has 22 runs batted in and 6 home runs, even though their numbers are virtually identical. He's reached on a fielder's choice and reached on a single this afternoon. Fishes on a breaking ball down for strike number 1. Soper not having to pay any mind to the base runners as they're not going anywhere as the bases are loaded. 0-1 pitch lifted out to center field. This will be deep enough to get a run home as Cade Owens makes the catch. He'll throw a strike in to shortstop to keep Jonathan Davis at second. Diesel Goya comes in. Sac fly makes this a 3-2 ball game. But the good throw in by Owens keeps runners on first and second for Isaiah Tafoya, who was hit by a pitch last inning. Lopes have scored for his second consecutive ball game, or inning, pardon me. Tafoya swings and misses at the first one from Noah Soper. Run goes to the credit of Cole Jones. Oh and 1. Soper with the pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. 4+ 75 pitches, 1 of the 2 runs allowed earned, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hit batsmen, 3 hits for Cole Jones. Is still responsible for Davis at second, but Soper's going to try and at least strand him and keep the Plainsmen in front. 0-2. Runs it high for ball 1. One and 2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Ball dropped by Cote. He'll toss it down to first, and that is that. One of the two runners inherited score. It's now 3-2, NJC on top of Lamar. Bottom of the fifth next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. We have a pitching change as we come back for the bottom of inning number 5. The Northeastern Plainsmen lead the Lamar Lopes 3-2, and Marcus Meyer will take to the bump for the Lamar Lopes. Ending the day, a pretty darn good outing for De La Torre, the starting pitcher for the Lopes. He gave them 4 innings for a second consecutive start, 78 pitches, 3 runs all earned, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, 5 hits in the ball game. He is on the hook for the loss. Meyer for the Lamar Lopes this season is making his 11th appearance. 12 innings of work, 0-2 on the record. Gnarly 14.25 earned run average, largely thanks to 21 walks in 12 innings of work. He's given up 13 hits and struck out 13. The Northeastern Plainsmen lead 3-2. Husky's Fuel Service wants you to set up your propane delivery schedule on Main Street in Crook. Call 970-886-2121. Marcus Meyer will face Jackson Doty, Josh Cote, and Lane Snow in the bottom of the 5th inning. Noah Soper allowed one of the 2 runs inherited to cross in the top of inning number 5. In the pitching change, was able to strand one and left the one that he put on out there. So the Northeastern Plainsmen have been able to get 6 Lopes stranded on the base paths this afternoon. They've left 4 of their own, and really the biggest problem for NJC is that they've not been able to come up with anything. No hits in the last 9 batters. They did draw a couple walks in the 3rd inning, but Joel Franco's RBI double in the 2nd is the last NJC hit. They've struck out 4 times, flown out twice, grounded out once, and walked twice. And, of course, those 2 walks were to lead off the 3rd, and they came up with absolutely nothing in that 3rd, in spite of having runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out. Jackson Doty's 1 for 2, and the first pitch from Meyer, he lifts off foul for strike number 1. Plainsmen had a 4-1 lead in the 3rd inning against Otero on Monday and lost 5-4 in extras. So just looking at a game shaping up the same way as it did 72 hours ago, and hoping that something will change here in this 5th inning to get another back on the front. Doty takes a ball, so 1-1. Jackson's a guy that's capable of producing from that front end of an inning. Breaking ball tumbles across the zone, 1-2. Meyer. Tall right-hander. He'll deliver the pitch. Doty watches it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Plainsmen have Keldon Hastings and Amar Mahmood taking swings in the cage. Could we see a pinch hit from one of those guys if this game remains close? Ooh, called strike 3 on the 2-2. Might have been in the area code of the knees. Jackson Doty thinks it wasn't. I can't disagree with him. That'll bring up Josh Cote. He's yet to have an official AB this afternoon. Did drive in a run on a sac fly back in inning number 1. He walked his last time up. First pitch to Cote. He hits a towering fly ball left side of the infield. Diarrazzo into foul territory. Will make the catch for out number 2. So the last man to get on base for the Plainsmen now steps to the plate, leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th with 2 away. That's Lane Snow, who walked back in the 3rd. He struck out in the 1st, so he's 0 for 1 officially today. Meyer, first pitch in on the head of Snow for ball number 1. One and 0. Meyer, fastball in on the knees for ball 2. Snow choked up a little bit on the bat. Take a fastball at the knees, we'll call that, for strike number 1. Two-one, fastball waved at by Snow. Actually ended up being a breaking ball. Couldn't lay off the spin. And JC's almost got to get to the point where anything that spins with less than 2 strikes, you don't swing. They're not having success. 2-2, pitch delivered, called strike 3 at the knees. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 5th. NJ or 6th. NJC still leads 3-2 on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. To inning number 6 we go. The Northeastern Plainsmen lead 3-2. As we head to the 6th made possible by Stubbs Gas and Oil. Sports fans, when you're traveling, you need the one stop that has it all. That's Stubbs Gas and Oil on I-76. Take exit 66A in Wiggins. And Stubbs Gas and Oil. Noah Soper on for his first full inning of work, although he did record all 3 outs last inning. He'll run the first pitch across for strike number 1. Angel Morales, Ryan Medina, Evan Muehlberger due up for the Lobes. Breaking ball grounded to third, hops off the shoulder of Luke Byler. And the leadoff man is on. That is a tough play, but one that your everyday third baseman should make, so it has to go down as an E5. The leadoff man is on. Second Plainsman error of the ball game. It was a leadoff error last inning, a throwing error that ultimately got one across, and Noah Soper buzzes a Ryan Medina in tight for ball one. He's singled and walked today. Soper, 1-0, foul ball, squared up the umpire's mask, 1 ball and 1 strike. Would be why you wear masks, especially with the metal bat at this level. You have added velocity coming off the bat as well as going in with the high caliber arms, as Soper puts the 1-1 high and tight. 2 balls, 1 strike. Shallow lead from Morales at first. He's a catcher, so not as apt to run. 2-1. Soper, pitch, nub to the backstop, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and two, looking for that first out. Soper, no rock and fire. Ball popped up. Foul territory, right field side. Long run for Morey. Gets down near the Lamar pen. Count remains 2-2. Cole Jones made it 4+ for NJC. Only allowed 1 earned run, but got himself into a jam last inning. He struck out 6. 3 of which came on full counts. Noah Soper has a 2-2 count here. He has 2 strikeouts of his own. He rocks and fires. Ball lofted. Foul, right field side. More long run. Long run for the right fielder in Jackson Doty, and he'll make the catch. Morales has to stay at first. F9 on the putout. 1 away. Runner remains on first to Evan Muehlberger, who struck out and popped up on a bunt attempt to the mound. Soper. First pitch to Muehlberger, buzzes him inside for ball number 1. Want to know, working quickly, Soper fires a fastball. Didn't go. 2 balls, no strikes. Barking from the NJC dugout with frustration at the low strikes called in the top half of the last 2 innings, that they didn't get that one there. Popped off foul by Muehlberger, 2-1. (3-2) NJC lead. 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Lopes scored 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth. 2-1. Soper, pitch, foul to the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Noah takes a peek on the runner at first. The 2-2 offering right across the middle. Went change up and sat it on the outside corner. Gets out number 2 by way of his 3rd strikeout. Keeps the runner at first to 9-hole hitter Diesel Goya. Goya reached on the error to kick things off last inning. Came around and scored a run. Soper. First pitch ripped by Goya. Foul territory toward the Plainsman dugout. Out of play for strike number 1. Noah, like we saw on Monday in La Junta, been efficient. That's why he's such a good arm and a guy that profiles for the Bonnies next year to be a pen arm. He throws strikes. 30th pitch of the ball game on the 0-1 here. Right down Broadway with a changeup, 0-2. 21 strikes, 9 balls, 70% strike ratio. Until that 9th inning on Monday, he was at that same ratio. 0-2, 2 away. Soper gets a little chipper foul, first base side, and we'll do it again. Noah takes a peek on Morales, who's resided close to the bag at first the entire time. Goya lifts off foul, the 0-2, a second time, and we'll do it a third time. I haven't necessarily seen Lamar looking to steal bases since they got cut down, but they are aggressive on the base paths. 0-2 pitch just off the plate with the fastball, 1-2. I think the early flashing of the defensive prowess for Cote behind the dish, who barely even got out of his crouch to cut down the runner at second. In the second, hit and run on, foul back, we'll do it again. It's that exact thing, the hit and run, the trying to go first to third. They did get cut down at third as well, trying to go first to third on a single. Those kind of things that Lamar has been known for several years. 2-2 or 1-2 pitch, pick throw over to first. It's in the blood of this Lopes program, thanks to the best coach in this region's history, in Scott Crampton. 1-2. Soper, breaking ball, high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. He tried to sell it as strike 3 with a half-hearted hop step to the dugout, but I don't even think he bought that he was going to be able to get strike 3 looking there. 2-2. Fastball lined over the glove of Franco at second. Hard charge by Doty. Will keep Morales just going to second. So the single keeps the inning going in the top of the 6th. NJC up 3-2. That the 4th Lope hit. And Jonathan Davis will step in. Davis was hit by a pitch, and he's the final batter to see Noah Soper today. Strikeout in the first. A ground out his second time up to third, and then the hit by pitch in the 5th. A designated hitter. He broke the plane of the plate on the breaking ball down for strike number 1, trying to check his swing. Storm cloud starting to build up on the outfield fence. It's the 0-1. Dances across the zone, 0-2. But given the direction the wind is blowing from, those storm clouds that are over that left field fence are going to stay off of the Sterling area, it looks like. 0-2. Breaking ball through the zone, called strike 3. No doubt that was a K for Noah Soper. He gets 2 in the inning and strands 2. NJC leads 3-2. Bottom of the 6th next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. To the bottom of the sixth we go. Northeastern Plainsmen lead the Lamar Lopes 3-2, looking for some insurance. Bottom of the sixth brought to you by Coons Pump and Well Supply. Don't wait until the last minute to make sure your irrigation well and watering problems are solved. Call Coons Pump and Well today, 970-522-2035. Marcus Mayer will tangle with Josh Moore, James Nolan, Wynn Drews for NJC in this bottom of the sixth. 3-2 advantage. We go back to what we talked about early in the broadcast. Of course, on this April 25th, the Northeastern Plainsmen and Lamar Lopes are tangling for a fourth time in their program's history. NJC's 5-1 all-time, but 4 of the 6 meetings that have happened on April 25th between NJC and Lamar have been one-run games. This one looking to be the same. The only games that weren't one-run games, 4-0 and 7-2. We had 2 walk-offs, a one-run game that saw NJC take the lead early and then hold on back in 2009, and then the extras where they won 3-2 in Lamar, the last time these two teams played in 2015 on this date. Josh Moore will lead it off, 0 for 2, a ground out, 2 first, and a strikeout. First pitch from Mayer to Moore. It's across the outer edge for strike number 1. One offering rips across quickly, 0-2. Moore. Pardon me, that is not Mayer. He'll foul off the offering. That is a pitching change for Lamar as Alessandro Morrison off the plate for ball number 1. So 1-2. Morrison for the Lopes making his 5th appearance of the year, just 7 1/3 innings of work, 12 strikeouts, 8 walks, 14 hits allowed. 1-2 pitch on the outside corner at the knees, called strike 3. And again, NJC victim of the outer edge strike zone. That is the 4th strikeout looking in the ball game. 1, 2, 3, 8 total strikeouts. 1 away, and Nolan will take a healthy rip at strike number 1. He's singled and flown out this afternoon. 0-1 pitch. He'll turn and tattoo a ball out to left field, and it was not read off the bat by Orion Medina. He took 4 steps in. The ball was 5 steps over his head, and Nolan's into second with a double with 1 away for the Northeastern Plainsmen. So the Plainsmen insurance run is in scoring position for Wynn Drews, who's doubled and flown out today. Plainsmen have had their chances. This will be their 9th at-bat in this game with runners in scoring position. They're 3 for their previous 8 and drove in a trio of runs, a sac fly in the first, a sac fly in the second, and a double in the second. With their at-bats with runners in scoring position. First pitch, Drew's home run swing, strike 1 contact. Even though NJC is adept at stealing bases, I don't think Nolan's moving here. With 1 away, that insurance run is too valuable. Morrison delivers the pitch. Drew shows bunt. Pitch whips off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. Morrison waved at by Drews. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 4-game losing streak for NJC, being hung losses on the road last weekend in La Junta. Lopes won 3 of 4 last weekend, so team's trying to be on the same trajectory. Drews lifts the ball out to center field. Muehlberger over. The wind pushes it to Goya in right field, and Goya throws a strike to third to keep Nolan at second on the F9 putout. So 2 outs. It's all on the bat for the Northeastern Plainsman of Luke Byler, and he will be hit for. We noted that the Northeastern Plainsman had a couple guys hitting in the cage. One of them, Amar Mahmood, will step in. Mahmood has spent time at first base for the Northeastern Plainsmen this year. Can play over at second as well. So Mahmood has a home run and 14 batted in, batting .236 this year. He'll watch the first pitch by for strike number 1. Be intrigued to see what they do here, because I don't think you have seen him at third. You'd probably have to move Franco over to the hot corner and put our Mahmood at second if he's going to stay in defensively. A 1 pitch. Mahmood, home run swing, strike 2 contact. And JC up 3-2. Would love to make it 4-2 as we head to the 7th. Morrison delivers the pitch. Home run swing, strike 3 contact. Plainsmen get a double. Can't do anything with it, but they hold a lead 3-2 to the 7th next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back at Plainsman Park, the Northeastern Plainsmen lead 3-2 as we head to the top of inning number 7. Noah Soper 3 outs away from a 9-out save and securing NJC's front-end victory in this series. The Northeastern Plainsmen will be tangling with 2, 3, and 4, Jeremiah Diarazo, Elijah Long, and Ethan Long. Defensively, after the pinch hit of Amar Mahmood, Keldon Hastings is in at third for NJC. And Noah Soper came on in the 5th, got all 3 outs, got through last inning without giving up a run. Starts off the first for a ball. Soper has definitely had to labor as the 1-0 pitch is across for a strike. He hit the first batter he saw. Strikeout, sac fly, strikeout. Leadoff error last inning. Also gave up a 2-out single as the 1-1 pitch is lifted off foul, but he's come out and collected 4 strikeouts in relief. 1-2. Soper. No fire. Pitch dripped over Josh Moore at first, foul. And we'll do it again. Not that it's anything of substance, but should this game finish with the current score, it will be the 3rd time In program history, NJC's beat Lamar 3-2 on April 25th. 1-2 pitch low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Both were on the front end of double headers, one in 2014 and one in 2015. Fastball just below the knees from Soper. Count will run full. Three and two. Soper will fire. Pitch grounded. It's just past the glove of Franco at second. Hard slide in center field by Cade Owens. And Diarrazzo hard rounded at first and was a quarter of the way to second when Owens popped up, and Diarrazzo realized he was going to be dead to rights if he tried to turn that into a double. So in support of his own self-preservation, he holds back for a single, and the tying run is on in the top of inning number 7. Elijah Long now to the plate. He's walked and struck out twice. Pick throw to first, just back in safely. Went Diarrazzo. Nice move by Noah Soper. Watched him do that for the Orange and Black throughout his entire high school career, and he did it last year for NJC as well. Such a clean pick move. Over to first. Diarrazzo, couple steps, couple shuffles off the bag at first, and Soper says, no thanks, I'm going to make another throw. He'll again make a throw over to first, and again back in safely goes Diarrazzo. That's 3 straight over to the bag. Long still hasn't seen a pitch. He will here, shows bunt, offers back, pick to first, and Cote got him! Oh, no, he didn't. Initially signaled out, and then the field umpire overruled it. Whew. Field umpire said no, he was safe, pumped and then pulled the hands out. Bunt offering, pitch off the plate, 1-1. Great defensive play by Cote, 1-1. Offering the bunt again and rolling it third base side, foul. Elijah Long now has a 1-2 count, and the bunt's out of the equation. Top of inning number 7, NJC holds a 3-2 lead on Lamar. Two teams separated by just a game in the regional standings. Just 7 games after this one remaining in the season. 1-2, pitch up and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Soper, now 2-2. Diarrazzo dancing off. He'll come to the plate and run the count full. Dugout screaming support of their sophomore. 3-2 lofted foul over the Lamar dugout, and we'll do it again. Now Lamar getting in on the support of their freshman Long. The shortstop. 3-2. Ooh, just high, ball 4, and Soper bends over in dismayment. The tying run moves into scoring position. The go-ahead run is on with nobody out in the top of inning number 7. Josh Cote has stepped out in front of home plate as Coach Catchell is delving out signs. Lamar will have a conversation up the first base line with their hitter as they are 0 for 4 today with runners in scoring position. A sac fly did plate the run, though, ahead of Ethan Long. The elder of the Longs has 22 runs batted in and is a .362 hitter this year. Make it 23 as he drove in a run on the sac fly. Only positive AB with runners in scoring position today comes from the man at the plate. He shows bunt, back pick, throw down to second. So more charges. Franco wheels to cover first, and Nolan sneaks in, hoping to catch D'Arezzo off the bag. Soper has to tangle with Long, who also has a single today. Swing and a miss. He showed bunt, pulled back. Noah started him low, and the ball moved lower, and Long couldn't hang off. 0-1. Plainsman sophomore gets his signs from Cote. Check swing, ball in the dirt. Didn't go as Cote defers to the field umpire. 1 ball and 1 strike. Plainsmen haven't scored since the second inning, have just 1 hit since then. 1-1 pitch, bunt, foul, third base side, 1-2. Noah Soper attempting to avoid being the victim of the offense planting itself on the back of a milk carton like he was on Monday when NJC didn't collect a hit in the final 6 innings of the extra inning affair, and he was hung with the loss in the 9th. 1-2. Soper. Fastball called, strike 3 on the outside corner. 5th strikeout in relief for Noah Soper. The backwards K gets out number 1 in the top of inning number 7. Plainsman holding a 3-2 lead, and Isaiah Tafoya to the plate. But he won't be at the plate. Pinch hitter for Tafoya, James Cardinal, will come on to hit for Tafoya. Cardinal, the redshirt sophomore, has played 31 games at first base this year, batting .258 with 5 home runs. Tafoya is 0 for 3, so hence the pinch hit. Soper, first pitch to Cardinal, foul tip contact for strike 1. Noah peers in, gets his sign. Pitch, ripped to the backstop, foul. Count quickly goes to 0-2. Centennial Bulldog out of Pueblo is James Cardinal. That program has built itself up over the last several years, starting to be a steady contributor in that District 60. 0-2. Soper. Fastball. Can't be yo-yoed across off the plate. Cote, I think if he could have made the move just with his glove, may have induced the backwards K, but that left shoulder had to drag as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners on first and second. Noah checks on the man at second. He goes way off the plate with a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Working to get off the Schneider, the Northeastern Plainsmen, having lost 4 straight to Otero. 2 of which that they led past the 5th inning. 2-2 pitch. Cardinal pops up. Foul territory, right side of the infield. Josh Moore, the first baseman over, makes the catch. Records the second out in the top of the 7th. And NJC is 1 out away Getting off the schneid, and it will be catcher Angel Morales who is responsible for trying to keep things going for the Lamar Lopes. Morales has reached the last 2 times he's come to the plate, reached on a grounder to third that was an error his last time up, hit by a pitch and a strikeout the 2 before that. Soper, first pitch, line, foul, third base side for strike 1. Soper, if he finds this third out without giving up the tying run, would garner his first save of the year. Cole Jones would be handed his 4th win. 0-1, Soper. Fastball low, 1 ball, 1 strike. He's largely gone high tempo offerings, but we saw Cole Jones go off speed on this 1-1. See what Cote dished out behind the plate here. If it was an off-speed pitch, it sailed behind Morales. Couldn't really tell what it was, and that was so bad that there was some movement in the NJC dugout. Soper looked like he could have done something to his elbow there, but luckily the ligaments remain in place. He'll step off and show the throw to D'Arrazo. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 away, top 7, 3-2 NJC. Soper, breaking ball, foul to the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 strike away from moving 2 clear of Lamar. With still 3 left in this weekend series for the Plainsmen. 1 more today, 2 on Saturday, weather pending. 2-2. Soper, not even looking at the base runners. 2-2, just off the plate. He tried to hop to the dugout, but again, having to yo-yo it across was Cote, and the count goes full. Noah gets his signs from Josh Cote. 3-2. He'll rock, he'll fire, ball ripped out to right field. Long run for the right fielder. It does not get caught by Doty. Runners moving with 2 outs. D'Arrazo easily scores. Throw home not in time to get Elijah Long. It's a go-ahead double for the Lamar Lopes, who now lead 4-3 with 2 away in the top of inning number 7. And the Plainsmen will have to find a rally in the bottom half of this inning, hopefully just for the run. Got to find an out on Ryan Medina, who's been no easy out today and now steps to the plate. Medina, single walk and a fly out this afternoon. Has a runner in scoring position in Angel Morales, the catcher, who just came through with a 2 RBI double. Foul ball off by Medina on the first one, 0-1. Soper. The 0-1 on the inside corner, 0-2. Blown saves is not a stat tracked by the NJCAA, but it's 2 in a row now for Soper when he's been tasked with getting a 9-out save. 0-2, fastball, swing and a miss. He'll get the strikeout to end it, but Lamar takes the lead on a 2 RBI double. 4-3 they lead. Plainsmen look to walk it off next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. Back at Plainsman Park we come in the bottom of inning number 7. The Northeastern Plainsmen now trail the Lamar Lopes 4-3 after a 2 RBI double with 2 outs from catcher Angel Morales. The Northeastern Plainsmen will have 9-hole hitter Cade Owens, then Joel Franco and Jackson Doty guaranteed up in this 7th. Alessandro Morrison back on for his 2nd inning of work. Alessandro Morrison, last inning, came on and threw 13 pitches, striking out a pair, giving up a hit, and walking none. Defensively, you had the pinch hit. James Cardinal batted in the top of the 7th inning. Right fielder Diesel Goya is now at second base. I did not catch who the new right fielder was for the Lamar Lopes. Goya has been out in right. We'll see what Cade Owens can put together. Owens lifted a ball for a sac fly back in inning number 2 to put the Plainsmen up 2-0 at the time. Franco has an RBI double to his credit as well. Morrison, first pitch to Owens, inside corner for strike number 1. Second one, bouncer on the infield. Morrison will field it off the mound, but the first baseman, Ethan Long, was charging as well, and Goya, as the new second baseman, didn't wheel his way over to cover behind Long, so it's an infield single for Cade Owens, and the Plainsmen are aboard with the tying run in the bottom of inning number 7 for Joel Franco. And Owens, who has 15 stolen bases, out one every other game. It's part of the barrage that can run and probably will be running. Bunt dropped down the third base line by Franco. Throw to second will get the lead runner. Aggressive play by Diarrazzo on the bunt for Franco down the third base line. Fielder's choice. And the out at second on Owens, 1 away. Still a man on. And Jackson Doty will now look to find his way into some heroics for the Northeastern Plainsmen. He has an infield single in this game, is also grounded out and struck out. Morrison, first pitch to Doty, in on the feet for ball number 1. Doty seemed genuinely excited be at the 2 spot in the order for the Plainsmen today when they released the dugout down there about 3 hours ago. Morrison, 1-0 pitch below the knees for ball 2. Now with 1 out, I don't know that you're apt to run the same way it was with Owens, even though Franco is the team's leader in stolen bases and has swiped one today. 2-0. Morrison. No rock and fire. Doty Oppo out to left. It drops down for a single, and the Plainsmen push the tying run to second, have the winning run aboard for the region's best hitter. Josh Cote steps to the plate to the most mundane walk-up music on the team, but his stats are anything but. 18 home runs, 54 runs batted in, 374 on the batting average, and Josh Cote will be run for the, or Jackson Cote, or Cody, or Jackson Doty will be run for the Northeastern Plainsmen. Additional speed out there with Harrison Good as the game-winning run. Good are the best defensive outfielder on the team. Fleet of foot as well. Cote's yet to pick up a hit in this game, but has driven in a run on a sac fly, walked, and popped up. First pitch, he'll rip it to the backstop, foul for strike number 1. Plainsmen trail 4-3, 1 out, bottom of inning number 7. Game 1 of a Thursday doubleheader on this perfect date, April 25th, in search of their 3rd ever walk-off of Lamar on the 25th of April. 0-1 pitch, Cote rips it out to left. Franco rounding third will get the stop. The throw on line to the plate, so great call there as Josh Cote's knock loads the bases up, pushes the tying run to third, the winning run to second, and brings Lane Snow to the plate and a visit out of the dugout for the Lamar Lopes. All the attention, and deservedly so, has gone to Josh Cote this season. With all the marks that he's matched, setting career and single-season records for NJC, but Lane Snow has had a wonderful year. This is the 38th start for the sophomore, who's the designated hitter today. He has 7 home runs. He has 32 batted in. He's hit nearly 400 this year. Only Joel Franco has a better batting average on the team than Lane Snow. And all he needs to do with Good at second and Franco at third is a single to the outfield to win this one. That's all it's going to take. Cloud cover moving over as rain is forecast. Or everybody else moves up a bag on the wild pitch. So the winning run is 90 feet away. Cote stands at second. And honestly, if you're Lamar, do you even mess with Lane Snow? I don't think you do, and they're not gonna. He will be intentionally walked after the wild pitch ties the game at 4. They would rather deal with Josh Moore, whom they've struck out twice in this game. And Coach Catchell is going to call time up the third base line and talk to Josh Moore. Now, here's the fun thing, and I can say this because they can't hear me down there on the field. NJC has won games in a wide range of ways. There was a game 2019 when Coach Catchell was the assistant here. They won on a walk-off suicide squeeze. The bunt down the third base line with the runner charging home, and Harrison Good could pull that play off. Left-handed hitter in Josh Moore steps in with 1 out and the bases loaded. 4-4 game, bottom of inning number 7. First pitch from Alessandro Morrison is off the plate for ball number 1. One and 0. Morrison delivers. Moore, home run swing, strike 1 contact. Wind is turned back out of the east, so that's off the left field fence. 1-1. Moore watches it by low for ball 2. So an opposite field hit is going directly into that wind. A pull shot for Moore would be aided. 2-1. He'll turn and lift the ball out to shallow center field. Muehlberger in. He'll make the catch 4 steps shy of the infield grass. And Good will stay at third on the F8 putout, now 2 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bases remain loaded, and it's hero time for James Nolan. Nolan, 2 for 3, has a single and a double to his credit in this game. Scored a run back in inning number 2. Looking to drive in the winning run. First pitch, he takes a rip and makes no contact. 0-1. Morrison quickly rocks and fires. Sails one off the plate. Can't be yo-yoed across for Morales, and the count evens out at a ball and a strike. Got to come up with a knock with 2 away. 1-1. Swung and missed by Nolan. 1-2. Quickly 1-2. Morrison rocks, fires, swing and miss. He's down on strikes. Plainsmen make it even at 4 and an extra inning affair. 4-4 as we head to inning number 8 here at Plainsman Park, and there is conversation between game management and the home plate umpires as the storm is blowing in, that there could be lightning within the area. So we're going to have to take a break. There is lightning too close to the field, so we are tied at 4 heading to extras and have to take a half-hour break on this perfect date because of lightning. So we're going to toss it back to the studios on 94.5 The Ranch, as we do have some pre-recorded content available to be able to help us fill an instance like this. In fact, that pre-recorded content is centered around this NJC-Lamar rivalry and some of the great games we've talked about during this April 25th series. You're going to hear some of my favorite memories on Inside Northeastern Rivalry Edition, Rain Delay, as we head to the 8th, or Lightning Delay, 4-4 between NJC and Lamar on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. We welcome you back to Plainsman Park as we continue to sit in a lightning delay as the Northeastern Plainsmen and Lamar Lopes play on this April 25th, tied at 4 as we're scheduled to head to the top of inning number 8. But the lightning delay is going to continue to persist. We had a lightning strike less than a half-mile away within the last 10 minutes, and it's looking to be continuing to work in this direction. So we are going to be in a relatively long delay for this as we look at the forecast across the area. Of course, make sure you're safe if you're out and about in the weather. I don't think we're going to have anything actually hit Sterling outside of the top end of this storm. As we understand it, the bulk of this storm is south of Akron currently, and as I have understood, there has been a tornado spotted down by Akron. So it is a definite storm that is a factor. We are going to be of a significant delay. I would be genuinely shocked if we get going again before 5 p.m. Mountain Time, as we're just shy of 4 p.m. Mountain currently. Maybe right about then, just kind of looking ahead at the weather, we may have gotten clear of this storm by about 4:35 or 4:40. So what we are going to do is we'll toss it back to the studio on 94.5 The Ranch, take you back to music, and when we're ready to resume play, we will come back to Plainsman Park and resume Game 1 of this doubleheader between Northeastern and Lamar, tied at 4 as we head to the 8th. This is the Eastern Plains Sports Network. And we welcome you back to Plainsman Park after a 52-minute lightning delay. We are back to play here at Northeastern Junior College between the Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes. I'm Ben Blecka. We have had a roller coaster ride of a ball game. The Northeastern Junior College Plainsmen scored runs in the first inning on a sacrifice fly and the second inning on a sac fly and an RBI double. Led 3-0 and then went 12 consecutive batters without collecting a hit, leaving 2 more on in the third inning. The Lamar Lopes plated runs in the fourth inning and the fifth inning on an RBI walk in the fourth and a sac fly in the fifth inning. We're within one, and the Plainsmen couldn't find their way to any more insurance runs in game number one of this matchup between the Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes. The seventh inning, the Lamar Lopes put the tying run and the go-ahead run across on an Angel Montez RBI double. And then the Plainsmen, in the bottom part of inning number 7, right before our lightning delay, got a leadoff single of fielder's choice, a single, and a wild pitch that plated the tying run, but then left the bases loaded. And after the bottom of inning number 7, as the Plainsmen and Lopes took the field to head to extra innings, the lightning struck, and we hit our lightning delay. We're slated to resume here shortly after the lightning pushed across the area. We had lightning strikes within less than a half mile of Plainsman Park and caused the clock to be reset. For those unfamiliar at the collegiate level here in the NJCAA, when the lightning is within, it's supposed to be 10 miles of the location that you're playing, you're required to sit for 30 minutes. Obviously, we got within that, but never got any moisture out of this storm that blew through Logan County in eastern Colorado. And in Washington County down by Akron, there was a tornado spotted. It doesn't look like it did any damage, but we are under a tornado watch, but should be good to resume and hopefully complete this game number 1 of the doubleheader and maybe get the second one in as well. A reset made possible by Buckeye Welding Supply. You have questions, they have answers, and the supplies too. Our area welders know what set them apart. 330 South 11th Avenue in Sterling. The game line reads as such as we get set to resume. 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 8 left on for NJC. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 9 left on for the Lamar Lopes. And we will see changes as we head to the extra innings for both of these clubs. The Northeastern Plainsmen will lift Noah Soper from the bump. He, of course, gave up the go-ahead run in the 7th inning. Talked with him during the delay, and he was frustrated that his velocity wasn't there as much as he would like it to be, having pitched on Monday and then turned around. He threw 71 pitches. Matt Yarish will be the new man on the bump for the Northeastern Junior College Plainsmen when we come back. And Harrison Good, who came on as a pinch runner in that 7th inning, he will remain in the game. He will be in center field, and Cade Owens will be in right for the Northeastern Junior College Plainsmen. I know Lamar had a couple changes as well as the teams mill around and begin warming back up as we set to resume play in this one here today. The Northeastern Plainsmen and Lamar Lopes, as we noted at the outset, sitting within a game of one another in the Region 9 standings. Southeast is the top overall team, and moving into second, the McCook Community College Indians with their 4 against Luna this past weekend. Otero sitting in third. I believe they are 3 back of McCook. WNCC is a game back of Otero and in 4th, and coming into play today, NJC was in 5th. But just a game ahead of Lamar for 6th. Lamar has 2 clear of Trinidad for the final Region 9 playoff spot. So the 4-game set that the Plainsmen and the Lopes are playing this weekend, huge in the Region 9 standings, because, well, you want to be in certain spots inside the region, and for both of these teams, they both have playoff-bound teams in their schedule next weekend. NJC against WNCC, Lamar against Otero. Both of those will be home-and-home series as we cycle through this one. The Northeastern Plainsmen will play, currently scheduled at home on Thursday, in WNCC next Friday, and then at home on Saturday for the annual Pack the Park event. The first annual of that as they try and set the record, and of course the kids camp that is coming as well. That will be happening from noon to 3 on Saturday, May 4th, and you can register for that now. Go in jc.com under the camps and special events tab. We're actually going to have a unique Saturday, next Saturday, May 4th, right here on 94.5 The Ranch, because I will be here during that kids camp, but not to participate or cover the kids camp. We'll actually be sitting in the press box here at Plainsman Park, remote broadcasting the Northeastern Plainsmen softball games that are going to be happening. The game remotely, so there'll be a kids camp going on the field that we're at, calling a game from 5 hours away in the postseason as the Region 9 tournament begins next weekend for the softball side of the region. The Northeastern Plainsmen and Lamar Lopes in the baseball postseason, both hoping to be in Colorado Springs at Vibe Stadium. That happens beginning the week before Mother's Day and could conclude as late as Mother's Day for the champion. And the Region 9 champ, of course, will find their way into the Western District Tournament that is happening in Arizona this weekend. The Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes were back on the field and warming up, but I believe we may have had another lightning strike. So we may be tossing it back to music once again. Let me take a break here. We'll find out. We'll let you know, and we'll come back. 4-4, still in a delay here at Plainsman Park on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. And we welcome you back into Plainsman Park. As we feared, the Lightning did resume as we were headed back toward play. The teams both on the field and warming up, and then we had a lightning strike come back across 4 minutes ago. So we're now looking at a 5:18 resumption time for this game. We'll toss it back to the studio. If you're listening on the TuneIn radio app, just stay posted. We'll jump back in when we're ready to go. If you're watching on the NJC Athletics YouTube page, just stay posted. You'll see the players coming on the field, and we'll be back for coverage of this one. If you were out and about and listening on 94.5 The Ranch, make sure you follow along with us on Facebook, KPMX Sports is our handle. On Instagram, Eastern Plains Sports Network is our handle there, or KPMX Sports on X. We'll be providing you updates there as well. So as of right now, 5:18 is our resumed time. Back to music. It's Plainsman Baseball on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. And we welcome you back again, this time for actual baseball back at Plainsman Park. I'm Ben Blecka. The Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes are tied at 4 as we head to the 8th inning following a 1 hour and 26-minute lightning delay. The Northeastern Junior College Plainsmen are in a position where they are going to try and find a win in extra innings. After blowing a 3-0 lead, the Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes head to the 8th, tied at 4. We resume play, brought to you by Bailey Mechanical. Your air conditioner is going to be a daily need in your life here soon, so get your maintenance taken care of now. 970-522-0471. As we said about a half hour ago, the Northeastern Plainsmen getting set to resume and made a pitching change. Matt Yarish will be the new man on the bump for the Plainsmen. Yarish on the season making his 9th appearance of the year for the Plainsmen. The Plainsman freshman, has thrown 12 innings, 17 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And as we resume play in the 8th inning, he inherits essentially a fresh ball game, although it's now whoever leads at the end of each inning wins the game. The righty will fire the first pitch in to Evan Muehlberger, and Muehlberger lifts it out to center field to new center fielder Harrison Good, and he'll pull it in for out number 1 in the top of inning number 8. Good in center after coming on as a pinch runner in the 7th inning. Cade Owens moves over to right for the Northeastern Plainsmen, and now second baseman Diesel Goya will step in for the Lamar Lopes. He had to move to second in a switch in the 7th inning. Goya has reached his last 2 times on an error and a single, so 1 for 3 today. Takes the first pitch across for strike number 1 with 1 away in the top of inning number 8. Sun has come back out as Yarish will try to paint the inside corner. Fails in doing so. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yarish, some good velocity for the Plainsmen. Goes off speed inside. Waved out by Goya. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 away in the top of inning number 8. We've got extras in the first game of the doubleheader for the second time this year as Yarish delivers the pitch. Ripped off foul by Goya. Count remains 1-2. That means instead of a 9-inning game as the second half of this doubleheader, it will be a second 7-inning game between the Plainsmen and the Lopes. 1-2. Yarish way high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And of course, there is weather behind the weather that has just caused the nearly 90-minute delay. 2-2 pitch, ground at third base side, under the diving glove of Hastings and out into left field when Drews tracks it down, but won't get it to second in time. It is a double with 1 away in the top of the 8th inning for the Lamar Lopes, and the go-ahead run in a 4-4 ball game is standing in scoring position and back to the top of the order, and Jonathan Davis, the designated hitter. Lopes hadn't come through with a hit with runners in scoring position until the 7th inning when they drove in the go-ahead runs. Davis 0 for 3 today, has reached on a hit by pitch and a fielder's choice. Takes a fastball in tight from Yarish for ball number 1. Yarish working off the mound, and he'll turn and make the throw. Franco sneaking in over at second. Looking for the 1-0 this time. He'll peek twice at the runner at second. Fastball waved out by Davis, and the count evens out at 1 ball and 1 strike. Go to 72 degrees on the resumption of this game, but the wind out at 14 miles an hour from the east, which is off the left field pole. Yarish, the 1-1, waved at by Davis, 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we noted, weather is going to be a factor. The storm that caused the delay is blown out of there. If the wind remains right now, the second wave that was slated to come in at 7 o'clock should stay to the west of Sterling and allow us to play a doubleheader today. Yarish. 1-2, swing! Miss. Davis down on strikes, the third time striking out today for him. 13 strikeouts for Plainsman pitching, 2 outs. Runner on second, 4-4 ball game, top of inning number 8. And Jeremiah D'Arezzo will step to the plate for the Lamar Lopes. He's reached 3 of the 4 times, a pair of singles, hit by a pitch, and grounded out to short. Yarish steps off and looks to chase him back. D'Arezzo for the Lamar Lopes was the leadoff runner that got on a single and scored the tying run in inning number 7. Yarish, after chasing Goya back at second, dumps a breaking ball on the inside corner for strike number 1. And JC and Lamar have played some wild affairs. I think they've only had 4 total run rule games in the last decade between the two teams. A 1 pitch swung at in the dirt, 0-2. They have actually more extra innings games played between them than run rule games since the 2014 season. This adds to the tally as we're in the top of the 8th inning. 0-2, Yarish takes a look at Goya. Fastball, check swing. Did he go? No, he didn't. Ball 1 as everybody on the infield was steps to the dugout and didn't get the strikeout. Yarish. 1-2. Fires a fastball, called strike 3 on the outside corner. Backwards K to end the inning. Double does nothing. NJC and Lamar remain tied at 4. We head to the bottom of inning number 8 next on the Eastern Plains Sports Network. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Northeastern Plainsmen, following a nearly hour-and-a-half lightning delay to the plate in an attempt to win in extra innings against the Lamar Lopes. B&B Appliance has you covered with over 30 years of experience. They'll help you find the right appliances to fit your budget. B&B Appliance in downtown Fort Morgan at 502 Ensign Street. Changes for the Lamar Lopes as we head to extras. New pitcher for them is Ryan Smith. Smith for the Lamar Lopes on the season is making his 12th appearance. He has a 3-3 record 36 innings of work, 47 strikeouts, 32 walks, and 34 hits allowed. Coming in right field for the Lamar Lopes. That was actually in the 7th prior to the delay when James Cardinal pinch hit. Joseph Cardinal entered in the ball game in the right field spot, and he will bat 5th in the lineup, due up 3rd should we see the 9th inning. Plainsmen will have Wynn Drews leading things off in inning number 8, and then the first at-bat of the game for Keldon Hastings, who came in after the Amar Mahmood pinch hit in the 6th inning. He'll see his first at-bat, and then Cade Owens, now right fielder, behind him. Lamar came in, and we said at the beginning, given that they'd played on the weekend, we expected them to utilize a staff outing approach, and they kind of have in this game. Delatorre, the starter, got them 4 innings, though, and Ryan Smith, who's one I believe he threw Monday, so he's not going to have a lot that he can give Lamar, but this is kind of like throwing your midweek bullpen session to live hitting. Smith, the right-hander, fires the first pitch high and tight to Wynn Drews for ball number 1 in this game that began oh so long ago. Wynn Drews has doubled and flown out twice. 1-0. Breaking ball, he'll wave at it on the inside corner, and the count evens out at 1-1. Smith, 1-1, painted the outside corner, couldn't be held on to by Angel Morales as he appears to be examining his glove, or potentially his hand that is his glove hand. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the leadoff man in the bottom of the 8th. 4-4 between the Northeastern Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes. Smith, a rock and fire. Drews gets just a piece of it and fouls it to the backstop. This game has been full of drama, as you would expect, between NJC and Lamar. These 2 programs with a storied history. One-two breaking ball, chipping a piece to the backstop. Drews goes and stays alive. Wynn's got to find his way on some way, somehow, for the Northeastern Plainsmen. Give them a chance to wreak havoc in extras. Fastball in on the feed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nothing else. Drews is taking pitches and allowing the batters behind him to see what Smith has. 2-2. Fastball hop to the plate, and the count runs full. And JC has had an abundance of success getting counts to full today. They've come up with a hit, they've drawn 2 walks, and they've struck out. 3-2. Smith pitched just a piece of it, and it cannot be held on to by Morales. He popped to run that one around the horn, and the ball was sitting at his feet, just could not quite squeeze it. 3-2 once again. Smith peers in, gets his signs. Payout pitch in tight, and Drews draws the walk. Got behind 1-2, battled back, fouling off 2 strike pitches, wasting away good looks, and finding his way on. First at-bat of the game now for Keldon Hastings for the Northeastern Plainsmen. Hastings, who came over defensively at third base, 278 on the year in the batting average, but very limited chances. He's only had 18 at-bats, 5 for 18 this year. He does have 7 runs batted in. The problem as he squares to bunt and watches the first one run high, and that's the problem with most guys that are part of platoons, as Hastings has been in the absence of Kusi at third base. 10 strikeouts and 18 at-bats. So small balling, there's no doubt what signs have been laid down by Coach Catchell in the third base box. He is trying to get Wynn Drew's second base at all costs. Counts now 1-1 as Hastings took too much time. Bunt fouled down. So the delay, putting a strike in. I believe that's what he signaled at least. Yes, he did. So the delay cost Keldon Hastings a strike. Still have the time limit of getting into the box to keep the game going of pace. So bunts out of the equation for Keldon Hastings. 1-2, nobody out, bottom 8. Man on first, tied at 4. Smith don't fire the pitch, and Hastings waves. He's down on strikes for out number 1 in the bottom of inning number 8. Plainsmen have struck out 12 times today. Lopes have struck out 14. Cade Owens drove in a run all the way back in inning number 2 on a sac fly. He owns a single to his credit today as well. He'll watch the first pitch by at the knees for strike number 1. This is a speed part of the NJC order. A lot of gimmicky things that Coach Catchell can trot out there. It's Ryan Smith. Not paying Wynn Drews much mind. Now he'll make the throw over, and Drews dives back in safely. Wynn is within 7 stolen bases of the all-time record here at NJC. It's not picked up a lot in the month of April, though. 0-1. Smith will come to the plate. Bouncer for Drews, first base side. Cute foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Teams are slated to play games 3 and 4 of this season series in Lamar on Saturday. That could change, though, as the weather looks iffy at best across the state this weekend. A little bit better south. That's why I think it's still scheduled for Saturday in Lamar. 0-2. Runner moving, swing and a miss in the dirt. Ball dropped. Throw down to first. First base was occupied, so he could not advance. Even though Drews was moving, first base was occupied. Owens couldn't get there, but a nice job to run to first and induce the throw down to first to give Wynn Drews the stolen second base. When first base is occupied and you strike out on a pass ball, you're automatically out, but Owens made the run and induced the throw from Morales. Runner into scoring position, but now 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. 4-4 game, and Joel Franco will look to come through. He has the Plainsmen's lone RBI hit of the day. He'll fire off foul, the first one he sees. An RBI double in the second inning. NJC scored runs on sac flies in the first and second, and scored the tying run in the bottom of the 7th on a wild pitch. Can Franco come through and play hero after a long rain delay, or lightning delay as it were? And 1. Smith. Long look at Drews. He'll deliver the pitch. Franco rips it foul, right field side. No balls, 2 strikes. Wind picking up. Ripping off that fence. 0-2. Smith delivers the pitch. Ball hammered by Franco into the gap. Out in left center field. To the fence it goes. Walk it off. Joel Franco with the RBI single, and the Northeastern Plainsmen, after a nearly 90-minute lightning delay, walk off the Lamar Lopes 5-4 in the bottom of inning number 8 and get back on the winning column. It's the Plainsmen's third walk-off win against Lamar on April 25th in their history, walking them off twice. In 2014, the Plainsmen find the win and move 2 clear of Lamar for the fifth place spot inside the region. Our final line made possible by Advanced Agri Solutions. Water's key to your crop success. Advanced Agri Solutions has the year-round and seasonal probes that'll make sure you have the right amount of water at your crop's root core. Call Dusty or Roxy McCormick 970-571-2024. The Northeastern Plainsmen, 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors, 9 left on. The Lamar Lopes, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 10 left on. No doubt who our player of the game is. He's the walk-off hero, Joel Franco, driving in the win in the bottom of the 8th inning. He drove in 2, he scored 2, he collected 3 hits, going 3 for 5 this afternoon. The 2 teams are going to take a break, although I would imagine it's probably a moderately brief break, and they will be back for the second game of the doubleheader, and so will we. For those of you listening on 94.5 The Ranch and TuneIn Radio, we're going to send it back to the studio for the second half of the Inside Northeastern rivalry edition between the Plainsmen and the Lamar Lopes. And we'll be back with the second game. Plainsmen win, walking it